Good morning. I'm going to call our meeting of the steering committee to order. I'm going to have the roll call now. As I call your name, if you could please indicate your presence. Ms. Bates, Mr. Griffin, here. Mr. O'Malley, present. Judge Sheehan, here. Judge Early. Here. I note that Mr. Griffin isn't here yet, but we'll note, hopefully he'll be here, and we'll note when he gets here. Mr. Gallagher. Here. Mr. Sweeney. Here. Judge Celebrezzi. Here. Ms. Bird. Here. Sheriff Ilan. Here. And Mr. Budish. We are assembled, thank you. I want to go over a few housekeeping points today and review the agenda, and then we will move into executive session. This is essentially a continuation of the meeting that we started a few weeks ago, I believe on April 5th. As you will recall, we commenced that meeting. We had a long public comment session. We went into executive committee, but we did not complete our work in executive committee. So in a few minutes, I'll take a motion to go back in. I want to mention a couple things from a housekeeping point of view. First of all, we are here as guests of we're using the chambers of Cuyahoga County Council. Mr. Gallagher, the representative here, has been kind enough to make sure that we have access here. I am reminded, though, that this is a public meeting and we do have rules of protocol, both our public process and also the process that's honored in this chamber. I think I personally was a little guilty of violating it last time. We do have a time for public comment. We want to make sure everyone has the ability to comment publicly. At the conclusion of that meeting, though, there was dialogue outside of the public comment section. I was guilty of turning around and engaging. It's not what we do in a public session, and I apologize for that. But I am reminded that we are to honor the process. So I ask at this meeting that when we do get to public comment, you limit your comments to the 3 minutes. We have heard a lot of comment at the last session, so if possible, please don't repeat a lot of what has already been said, because I know the panel has heard you and are listening, and we do want to get into the business of the day. Having said that, though, you're certainly free to give useful and productive comment. There were many questions asked in public comment. There were comments but questions. Many of them indicated that some folks simply were not aware, perhaps, of the past deliberations of the committee, and there were some pretty fundamental questions asked about what we had considered or not considered. There is a fact sheet that was prepared. We've handed it out. You should have it, and if you don't have it, please get one. They're back there. When we go into executive session, that will be an opportunity, if you haven't read it, to read it, because we probably will be in executive session for a while. I encourage you to read that because it may answer some of your questions or just give you some useful background about the process. And I do note that Mr. Griffin is now attended, thank you, and would indicate your presence. Thank you. Okay, so those are just some housekeeping notes. Now, what we're doing today, we are, in a minute, I'm going to ask to go into executive session. When we return from executive session, there will be a presentation, a public presentation, because there's information that is important. It's important for the committee, but it's also important for the public to know. And that really gets into this issue of environmental. There's actually been quite a bit of work done since last September on environmental investigation. I know there was a plain dealer editorial that incorrectly stated that due diligence had not been done, incorrectly stated that there hadn't been consideration in the budget for the amount that would be required for remediation. None of that is true. So the same information, or much of the same information that is being shared with the committee, we are going to share publicly, and we will have a presentation from partners here as soon as we come back from executive session to go in detail about what we know about the 2700 Transport Road site and why there is confidence in terms of if we choose to use that site, why, at least on the environmental part, there should be confidence in the ability to use that site. A lot of work has been done. And there's actually a few thousand pages of information available about it. So we'll talk about that. Then after that, we will get into the discussion of the determination that was presented on the agenda on April 5th. It's the same determination that we will talk about today, and that will be the business for the day. So at this point, I am going to, and if we can put the screen back up, the next screen, please. Oh, I have that, yeah, sorry. So that's the determination we'll be talking about right there, and it's the same one that you saw on the agenda last time, and it is the request for consideration of 2700 Transport Road with qualifications. And once again, this is simply for the purpose of seeing if the committee will consider its use as a possible site, subject to being able to obtain it on reasonable commercial terms, and subject to making sure that any and all investigation is required for environmental is done to everyone's reasonable, or to the committee's reasonable satisfaction, and also with the understanding that there's still going to be a parallel process until we get this completed to be looking at other sites. So at this point in time, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session to consider acquisition of property for a public purpose. If I can have that motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And we'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Bates? Mr. Griffin? Yes. Mr. O'Malley? Yes. Judge Sheehan?
Yes.
Ms. Early, or Judge Early, sorry, Judge Early. Mr. Griffin? Yes. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Sweeney? Yes. Judge Celebrezzi? Yes. Judge, I'm going to do this in reverse the whole day. Ms. Bird?
Yes.
Sheriff Byland?
Yes.
And Mr. Budish. Okay, so we are now going to go into executive session, and once again, I encourage you to look at the fact sheet that we handed out. It may give you some useful information. Thank you. Surprise, we're back. So first of all, and I'm going to explain in a minute, first of all, we have to have a motion to come out of executive session. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
I see that Kim isn't back yet. Well, let me explain what's going on, and then we'll make sure she's back before we start. So, and Judge Sheehan too.
Judge Celebrezzi too.
Judge Celebrezzi too. Well, I think I can still explain it, and then we can stop. So the decision that we made, we have a presentation by the environmental consultant, and we were going to do some of that in executive session, some of it here, but the decision that we've made is we're going to go ahead and do the presentation by the environmental consultant out here for everybody first, and then we will take a motion to return. We were going to do it anyway, always, but it's just the order. So we're going to do it first, then we're going to return to executive session, okay? So I'm going to give you, I do want to point out before we start that, just for everyone's benefit, there was a process that we have gone through for site selection. And this process started early, or started in October, and all the steps are listed there, all the meetings we've had on site selection, and you can look at this at your leisure. The one point I want to make about this is even from the earliest date, we said that one of the criteria for site selection would be to look at environmental and geotechnical issues. That was one of the criteria. So it was something that we always were going to do. And what you see here, just as a reminder, the committee looked at 28 sites, had 3 executive sessions on those sites. There was all this comparative analysis done. The one I'm focusing on right now is the third from the bottom, which is suitability of site for residential jail use. And the last one, relative costs of improving the sites, including preliminary environmental and geotechnical analysis. So that was always one of the criteria. The prosecutor's office did retain a real estate and lawyers and environmental counsel to assist with this process. That was through the prosecutor's office. There was an environmental consultant that you're going to meet now, Partners Environmental, that has a strong national reputation in this. And they have been, they were retained since September of last year, and they have done extensive due diligence about the site. I know that you have seen, you saw an article or an editorial in the Plain Dealer that suggested that due diligence had not been done about environmental issues and that the costs of remediation had not been taken into account. I'm going to say categorically that that is absolutely 100% false. Significant work was done to analyze the site, to analyze what had occurred since the 80s, let's say. Significant work was done to inform us as to what would be required and whether it would be safe to use that site. And it was only after having that evaluation done, learning about the history of the site, learning about what was left to be done to make it suitable for residential use, understanding what is actually on the site compared to other sites that have been successfully done for residential use, understanding the methods that would be used and the cost, and being absolutely certain that it could be done safely, that we even talked about putting the determination on. That is, so at this point in time, we're going to turn it over to partners, John Garvey and Valerie Weir, and John is going to make a presentation of all of that information and all that work that was done. There are a few of those bullet points in the RFQ that I gave you, but this is going to be the detail from John and Valerie. So John. Red's back. There's no going back.
Morning, everyone. My name is John Garvey. I'm Vice President at Partners Environmental Consulting.
John, I don't know if that microphone's on.
Oh.
There you go.
Not green. Now it's green. How's that? Better? All right. Good morning. My name is John Garvey. I'm a Vice President at Partners Environmental Consulting and a certified professional under Ohio's Voluntary Action Program. I'm going to, just so folks can have a chance, I'm not going to read it, but that's my brief bio. And there's a brief bio there for Val Weir as well, who's in the audience. Val's backing me up in case there's a detailed question that I can't answer. So I've been practicing in this field for about 30 years now, and been a certified professional since 1995 when it was possible to become a certified professional. And sites like this, in order to redevelop them safely, the Ohio Voluntary Action Program is the tool that we would use in this case, and in many cases. The Ohio Voluntary Action Program came about because when the US EPA was formed in 1970.
John, advance your slides.
Oh, yeah. Good? I'm flipping slides here. So when the US EPA was formed in 1970, between then and the early 90s, 92, there was really very little consensus on how clean was clean. And regulators, end users, consultants struggled with how clean does this site have to be for a planned use. And in 92, the US EPA came out with their risk assessment guidance document that has been modified over the years, but is really the gold standard for human health risk assessment. In 1994, the US EPA established its brownfield program to redevelop industrial sites such as the Transport Road site. And in 95, Ohio EPA established their Voluntary Action Program, which is their brownfield program. So the Voluntary Action Programs, their goal is to promote sustainable redevelopment of brownfield sites, and without making it a stated goal, to help reduce urban sprawl, to put blighted areas back into productive use. And so I know there's been a lot of talk about the state turning away from the Transport Road site in the 80s, and it comes back to what I talked about earlier. There was no consensus on what was safe, what levels of contamination were safe for a given use, and very few people had a stomach for hiring a consultant and developing a private opinion and going and doing something like a jail on a site like that. So until there was regulatory oversight and sign-off, it was something folks just weren't doing. So this is the Voluntary Action Program process for any site. There's the phase one, which is basically a site visit, which on this site can only tell you so much, and historical records review and review of existing information in previous reports. So that's the phase one. The phase two is going out and gathering our own information, usually supplementing previous work or doing the first phase two that's been done at a site. So that's soil, water, and soil vapor testing. Once we have that information, we can determine through risk assessment and those procedures that have been established whether or not the site is safe for a planned use, whether it's commercial, industrial, or residential. If it is not safe for the planned use, then remedies can be employed. And remedies might be a cleanup, but they may also be engineering controls, such as a soil cap or a vapor barrier beneath a building, or they may be institutional controls where there's a use restriction essentially put on a property for a given use, or a restriction, one that's on almost every site in Cuyahoga County, is you can't drink the water. So that's an example of an institutional control. Once remedies are in place.
Sorry, go ahead.
Once remedies are in place and the site meets the applicable standards for the planned use, then a no further action letter can be issued by a certified professional. And that letter, which is not just a letter, it's volumes of information, can be submitted to the Ohio EPA requesting a covenant not to sue from the director of the Ohio EPA. If that covenant is granted and you used engineering controls or you used institutional controls, you will be under an operation and maintenance plan or a use restriction, a notification on an annual basis. So we'll get into more detail on that, but that's the general process. And you know, with those tools, we can take previous industrial sites and put them back to residential use. These are a few examples. Chesapeake Lofts in Sandusky was one of the first cardboard manufacturing facilities in the U.S. That's now, you know, residential loft building. Battery Park, I'm sure you're all familiar with, was the ever-ready battery site since the late 1800s to almost 2000. That site has vapor barriers, soil caps, hard covers, similar to what would be employed at Transport Road to prevent exposure to the contaminants that remain. Cherry Blossom Senior Living was a former 160-acre AT&T Lucent Nokia facility. That has been demolished, and there's an assisted living facility there now. They're about to start construction on an elderly facility, and we're about to submit an NFA for covenant on a market rate apartment building complex on that property where they had vapor degreasing and chrome plating and machine shops and hazardous waste management. Pretty much everything you can imagine in a city block was under that roof. So it's Cherry Blossom American Lofts in Cincinnati. That was an adaptive reuse where they didn't even demolish the facility. They renovated, cleaned, and basically it is residential now. And again, that has a vapor barrier beneath it as well. This is one that I'm sure everyone's familiar with because the county played a big role in making it happen, is East Bank of the Flats. That site had shipbuilding, grinding, plating, painting, manufactured gas plant, pretty much every industry that you can have. And they went through the voluntary action program, and through a combination of soil removal, placement of caps, covers, and vapor barriers, they meet residential standards and have a covenant not to sue from the state. And again, those are all the same types of remedies that would be employed at a new corrections facility.
John, can I ask a question? Just you gave us these great examples of remediation and that. How much, just guesstimate, for some of these places did it cost? I mean, to remediate and to get it to that level of use and get that and how long did it take to get that covenant not to sue?
Yeah, so I think East Bank of the Flats is I don't want to say an extreme end, but that's probably the high end. They received on the order of, you know, I know they went through Clean Ohio, and I think they got on the, you know, for remediation, they got on the order of probably $3 to $7 million. You guys might know better, but it was millions. On the
John, we know that project. That was one that we did, and it was in the it was in the $3 or $4 million, something like that range.
And then what was the length of time till you got the EPA's covenant not to sue?
That went fast, I will tell you. We did that pretty quickly.
I didn't do that one.
Okay.
That was, well, was it AECom or URS at the time?
It was URS at the time. I can get that information if it's important to you, Judge.
Thanks.
I think on the other end of the spectrum, sites where we have, you know, a soil cover and vapor barrier and not a lot of removal and disposal, it might be more on the order of hundreds of thousands. A vapor barrier, for example, on a new building might cost at $3 to $5 per footprint square foot. So, and then you know, a 2-foot cell cover. It's variable. I know we got pricing. I don't have that number. And then a lot of it is the engineering controls, if you will. A lot of them are part of the standard construction. A parking lot, for example, is going to keep folks from being exposed to what's under it. It just needs to be identified as an engineering control and maintained that way.
Now, all these things happened since '95, and has there been any issues that has arisen, no pun intended, from this remediation?
Not on my sites. I had a client who didn't stick to the use restriction and put a daycare in a commercial industrial restricted site, and so that was an issue.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I haven't had any come back. There have been cases where the standard has changed and the agency has come back and asked folks to reevaluate based on a new standard, even though they have a covenant. And in most cases, the state has stepped up, and if something else had to be done, they've helped out to make sure it could get done. Yeah.
Did you, with the Juvenile Detention Center on East 93rd and Quincy, did that receive a covenant from EPA? And what kind of assurances from EPA was the VAT program, was it used for that?
I don't think it was.
Okay.
Jeff, do you know offhand? I know the, I know the agency was involved in some of the issues that came up during construction, but I don't know that they ever went through the program.
Can we get a follow-up to see if the same standards were held with that juvenile detention center facility? Because that's
Yeah,
something
I know the site was remediated. You may recall that the mayor at that time took great pride in saying that this was, this terribly toxic site that he's turned into something else. I don't know from a time frame in terms of these standards. I'm not exactly sure when that occurred, and also I don't know whether the methods that were available then are the same as what's available now. But we can get that information for you.
One thing that has probably changed since then is that up until the early 2000s, vapor intrusion wasn't really on the.
Yeah, that's the point I don't know about.
Yeah.
Because what's new and gives us a lot more comfort is the advances that have been made in vapor intrusion, which John will talk about. And I don't know if that was in existence at the time of the juvenile intervention facility.
If it was dealt with differently and in a way that the agency would not accept today. And I didn't skip one, did I? So I think we've already talked about the rejection of the jail site in the 80s. And this, at the bottom here, kind of a takeaway, but this is the timeline I talked about from when the US EPA was first formed, and then they started generating the RCRA hazardous waste rules and then the Superfund rules. And only in the early 90s there were rules, but there weren't mechanisms to, in a reasonable way, establish standards and comply with those rules. And we have those today.
John, before you flip, please talk about the second sentence that you have on your slide there.
Oh, well, the transport road sites, so we've talked about the phase 2, and we're going to get to what has been done. But we will be doing supplemental work because with petroleum constituents in particular, we would expect conditions to be better than they were when last testing was performed in the early 2000s. So we will be doing some additional testing, but our hope is that we will find things are even better than what we've been planning to go forward with at this point. And the agency, quite frankly, won't want to issue a covenant based on 15-year-old information. So we'll be gathering additional information, but again, we expect it to be better if anything. So, Transport Road, the VAP phase 1 is complete. It revealed what I think most people probably know. It was a refinery, or part of a larger refinery, dating back to 1863. It operated through 81, or through 66 as a petroleum refinery, that being fuels and lubricants. And then in 66, it became an asphalt refinery and plant. And then the facilities were demolished and the site was graded in or around 19.
Hey, John, can you get just a little closer to the microphone? Some people are having difficulty hearing.
I
Thank you.
can bring the mic closer to
Or
me.
adjust it. Can they?
All right? Better?
Can you all hear?
Not really.
Okay, let's get the volume up a little bit, please.
Good? All right, how's that?
Is that better?
Better?
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry I have to face this way, but I do. All right, so, and currently it is, used for trucking, maintenance, cleaning, and container storage. The VAP Phase 2 that was performed by, coincidentally, the same folks who did the East Bank Flats included, and I'm going to have to go to my slide because I can't quite read that one. But, so it included a fairly thorough VAP property, Phase 2 property assessment. They completed 40 soil borings to depths ranging from 10 to 30 feet. They installed 34 groundwater monitoring wells and collected an additional 30 0 to 2 foot soil samples, which is the point of compliance for direct contact with soil on a commercial industrial site. The remediation that took, well, they found petroleum constituents, particularly benzene, above standards, and some of the less volatile petroleum constituents above standards. And they found essentially oil, free-phase petroleum, on some of them, 8 of the 34 monitoring wells. So in order to manage the direct contact exposure, they brought in 2 feet of clean cover over the entire site, except a small part that was already concrete paved, which remained concrete paved. They installed cutoff walls to prevent migration of the petroleum product off-site, and completed surface grading so drainage would flow to a new system and there wouldn't be erosion problems, and essentially they were done. Now the majority of it has now been paved in addition to the 2 foot soil cover, and is used for is mostly for container storage.
Tom, before you go to the next slide, where was this contamination identified at? Was it throughout the entire property, or was it in a certain section of the property?
The product I mentioned on the wells was mostly in the southwest.
Could you point that out where on the south side?
Does this have a,
So that would be over where it says the research
Here,
oil
down
company
here.
part.
the cutoff wall? And Val, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the other one was up here.
I have an issue. Why do we have a street named Pittsburgh Avenue?
Pittsburgh actually has a Cleveland Avenue.
All right.
And then from a soil standpoint, it was random but widespread. The petroleum constituents are present across most of the site at varying levels.
Where was this done?
This was, the Voluntary Action Program portion was started in 1995. And so that work was then supplemented between 2000 and 2005 when the NFA was issued. So the most recent soil testing was probably 20-ish years ago. And again,
Just repeat, because I want this point to be made clear. Given the nature of what was found 20 years ago, and given the nature that these materials decompose, so the expectation that it gets worse, or is the expectation that it gets better over time?
so with petroleum constituents, the expectation is that it will get better with time.
So this would be the worst case, what was seen then, in your view?
Yes, It
Okay.
should be, yes.
John, I
Your
just
map
have,
shows a number of monitoring wells.
Yeah.
Are those continuing to be monitored, and what are we finding from those monitoring wells today?
A select number are being monitored for, the ones that had product, that had the free product, have been monitored since. And in the last annual report to the agency, they're reporting that the demonstration has been made that that condition is stable or decreasing. And they have not monitored for water quality parameters, if you will, just monitoring to verify that that free product is not moving and is stable.
Is there an evaluation as to whether that poses a threat to human health?
Yes, yes, that is handled through, so being present down there it is handled, the only complete pathway for that would be vapors coming off of it to indoor air, which would be managed through a vapor mitigation system where they're building. From a construction worker standpoint, it's managed through what's called a risk mitigation plan, so that any work that's done on this property anywhere would be subject to a risk mitigation plan, where the excavation contractor would be informed as to what is present and take the proper OSHA precautions for protection working in those areas and managing those soils if they need to get rid of them.
John, I just had a question. If you did a phase 2 today, would you do exactly the same assessment, the same soil borings, et cetera? Or is there anything additional with the passage of time that a phase 2 assessment done today would involve that didn't involve 20 years ago?
No, I don't think we do anything different other than potentially soil vapor monitoring, although we're going to presume, at least my recommendation is going to be that we will presume that we have a soil vapor concern and there will be a vapor barrier and mitigation system under any new building. So doing testing to try to disprove that is not something we're interested in
But
doing.
to be clear, and I want everyone to understand this, when we went through this, we are assuming that we are assuming sort of a worst case. We're assuming that, yeah, we will find vapor, and we are assuming that we're going to have to mitigate it, and we have a cost in the budget to do that. So if we have a better case, we'll save money, but we have asked our consultant to assume that you do a phase 2 and assume a worst case, and then budget for it and make sure we've taken all steps to take care of it. So that is what is in the budget, and that is what the assumption is. That's why we have confidence in going forward in the ability to handle and remediate it, because we're assuming a worst case, and then we're asking our consultant to say, even if that all happened, is this safe and can we take care of it? So go ahead, John.
John, on that question, and this is, I think, part of the discomfort some of us feel is that if I was representing a government or a private business that was looking to purchase the property and construct a $500 million facility, I would think that as their advisor, your advice would probably be, we should probably really get an updated assessment since it hasn't been done for 20 years. I mean, is that fair? Yeah. And so I sit here today and again, this is what concerns me is the continued rush and this committee being asked to make decisions with a blindfold on, when if we were in private business or a private entity, or quite frankly, a government entity that should be doing our job, that we should say, nothing's really been done in 2 years, and I hear Jeff saying, well, let's just assume the place is horrible. Well, I don't like assuming anything.
Mr.
I would like to
O'Malley,
know. Jeff, don't interrupt. I think that when we're making decisions involving safety, life, health, capital expenditures of $500 million, that these things need to be known up front, or you're just flying blind. And we're being asked to believe, and I don't, and trust. And I need more than believe and trust. I need, what are the facts? Like, tell us what it is today, because that's my job sitting up here, is to know that. And I'm sure that's what the people in this county, all 1.35 million, want us to do, is get the facts and make rational, good decisions based upon facts. And I understand what Jeff's point is, that we got to assume the worst. But I don't think we should assume anything. We should know what's going on. And that's part of my discomfort today, is that we as a county had the ability to do the testing, and we chose not to.
That, Mr. O'Malley,
Yes, Jeff.
that is not accurate. And I have to speak out right now. What we are asking the committee to do, we asked the consultant, in their judgment, is there enough information to be assured that we can take the steps to make this site, and do we have enough money in the budget to cover it no matter what occurs? That was the question asked. The resolution we have says that we will continue to do assessment, because we know that we're going to continue to assess, because ultimately we need to determine where additional steps are and what it would be. But the determination says, even assuming the worst case, and this consultant will tell you what that worst case can possibly be, even assuming that, does it make sense to proceed with this site? Do we have the confidence that it can be made completely safe? Do we have the confidence that we have the money in the budget? Can we be confident that it will work? And that is what has been asked of the consultant. And I'll make one more point, and I'll let the consultant answer these questions. But here's the other point, because this has been misconstrued publicly in the press, even before we've had this information out there. The consultant presented two sites that you've looked at. One of them is Flats East. One of them is Battery Park. The truth of the matter is that the environmental contamination on those sites, let me say it this way. The site we're looking at, in terms of how the contamination, it is equal or better than those sites. Those sites, as everyone knows, have been made completely safe. I don't think anybody would have an objection about being incarcerated in a market rate apartment at Flats East or working there. We're talking about sites. We're talking about a site. We have remediated hundreds of sites in Ohio, hundreds of sites throughout the country that are far more problematic than this site. We ask a consultant to make a judgment. We ask a consultant to look at thousands of pages of information, and what we're only asking here is that we can consider with this site, and it still is subject. We will never build a jail there until the confirmatory testing is done, but we also need to make a decision as to whether to pursue this site and whether this is an acceptable site. I'll leave it at that.
John, are you aware of any site like this that has been converted to a prison facility?
Prison facility? No. I'm aware of a very similar site in Philadelphia. I didn't do anything with it, but it was about 150 acres, 150-year-old refinery that is in the process of becoming a high-tech medical park.
But no site like this.
Mr. O'Malley?
Jeff, quit interrupting.
I'm going to answer your question. All the sites that you have looked at previously, you looked at San Mateo. That was as an example of a new modern caregiving facility. That was a remediated industrial site. You looked at Indianapolis, where they're building a new jail. That was a remediated industrial site with the same or higher levels of contamination starting out at this. You've looked at Detroit. That was a remediated industrial site. You looked at Nashville. That site was a contaminated site that was remediated. Our folks actually went down and saw those. most of these sites, and the issue is this, when you go about doing a jail, the issue is that sites that didn't have to have expenditure made for remediation, because people who buy homes, they don't want to go through the expense. Neighborhoods in old cities like Cleveland, if you want to go to a place where there was never any industrial, those sites are taken. We have people who are there. We have companies there. When it comes to applications like this, generally, those sites aren't available unless you want to start evicting people. So you go to sites where you do have to spend money and where you can take a site that formerly had some issues, you can remediate it, you can bring it back to useful and safe use. Most of the jails you have looked at are on remediated industrial sites.
John, I just have one question, just generally. How long does it take to do a phase 2, just generally?
To do this phase 2?
Yeah,
I mean,
just generally, I'm just.
Well, I would say to get, typically to get results in and tabulated and ready for discussion. And given today's backed up field support, it's probably, I wouldn't ask for less than 8 weeks.
8 weeks, all right.
John, one other question about the jail across the street. That's at on Pittsburgh Avenue. That's the women's prison, the Northeast Ohio Pre-Release Center. What was that built on? If that location was so close to these refineries, then I'm pretty sure that pollutants and other things were up in the air and settled in some of the soil there. Do we know if there were any pollutants or if any kind of studies have been done there? And have we seen any trends or environmental hazards with anybody who has been working or incarcerated in those facilities?
I wasn't involved with that project at all, so I have no information.
Yeah, Mr. Griffin, we don't have that information, but I will track it down. That was constructed back in the mid-2000s.
That would be good to get that one and the Nancy McDonald Center, which is literally, I believe, those couple of buildings to the right on our board as well.
That's correct.
Because it would be my belief that those pollutants wouldn't just stay on that property on the transport site. So it'll be interesting to see if any kind of environmentals were done, or if there were not any environmentals done, have we seen any trends or any patterns of people who might have been affected in those facilities?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So were this site to move forward through the Voluntary Action Program, we would, as discussed, do some further Phase 2 assessment. With that additional information, we would perform this property-specific risk assessment, determine if applicable standards for residential use are met. And if not, we would implement remedies, which we are presuming we would have to do, that being 2 feet of clean cover in areas that are not hardscaped and a vapor barrier beneath the building. Those would be subject to operation and maintenance plans and operation and maintenance annual reporting to the agency, and the site would be subject to periodic inspection by the agency to verify that those engineering controls are in place and that the use that was described in the covenant is the current use. And those obligations go on unless someone proves that they are no longer needed. We no longer need an O&M plan because the site is clean 50 years from now. But so when those remedies are completed, then we can submit the no further action for the covenant not to sue, receive the covenant, and then move into those continuing obligations under O&M and risk mitigation. This is just a conceptual site model that kind of shows in the VAP process what's looked at from a risk assessment standpoint. So we have a 2-foot clean barrier or a hard cover that prevents direct contact with the contaminated material below. And we have a vapor barrier that prevents vapors from migrating into the building. And essentially eliminating the exposure to those contaminants to any occupants, whether they be incarcerated or working there. And then that's on a daily basis. If there's any construction that would penetrate that engineering control, either the vapor barrier or the cap or the hard cover, then that would be subject to a risk mitigation plan that describes how to do that safely and how to restore those controls once that work is done.
John, I had a question. With regard to the vapor barrier, I think there was some comment that's something that had not been done, has been done more recently to remediate properties. So has there been studies done, like the length of time a vapor barrier remains intact, or like what's the oldest property that was polluted like this that had a vapor barrier? And, you know, are there studies to show how long it lasts or if it degrades over time?
So the vapor barrier that we typically use, and that is typically used when there is a real concern, and that's not just belts and suspenders. There's a vapor barrier, which is basically a polyethylene, kind of like a visqueen, only thicker. And once that's in place under concrete, it is essentially, it's going to last as long as the building. But in addition to the barrier, we put in what's called a sub-slab depressurization or venting system, similar to a radon system at a house, if any of you have those. And what that does is you have a vapor barrier here, and below it is your gravel base that supports the concrete. And in that gravel base is a series of conduits that allow the vapors to be pulled by blowers, usually at roof level, and exhausted above the roof level of the building. So those are mechanical and do need to be monitored, and those blowers do need to be replaced periodically. Typically a 5 to 10 year life on those, but it's a routine maintenance thing for these buildings.
Just to follow up on that, are there any environmental concerns with the exhausting the vapors into the air,
No,
as you described it?
Yeah, no, on extreme sites, there's testing done to verify that the emissions aren't above some standard, but in most cases like this, the emissions, the levels are very low. The indoor air standards, the indoor air exposure standards, we're talking about very low levels. So even at very low levels beneath a slab, those volatiles need to be moved out. And once they're exhausted, there's no concern. It's typically, those systems typically are not regulated from an exhaust standpoint.
Are there any other questions of the panel right now? I think the one question that needs to be addressed between you and Mr. O'Malley is this. We have right now from our consultant the advice that this site, that the contaminants on this site, that it's been thoroughly investigated, that we know what's on the site, we know the work that has been done, we know the extensive testing that has been done, that it's possible that the site is now better than when it was tested, but we've already accounted for everything we know about the site. We already have it in the budget and a plan to remediate it, and our consultant has also said if we do it, it will be safe. So the question is, if we did a phase 2, in terms of the judgments you've made, is there going to be any information that could be adduced in that phase 2, other than the fact that maybe we can make the budget less? Is there going to be any information adduced in that phase 2 that would make a difference?
It would make a difference in the budget?
Well, it could make the budget less, but is it going to make a difference in your conclusions as to whether this site can be remediated safely?
I can't imagine a reasonable scenario where we would find something today that would result in a need to do anything more than what we've discussed in terms of cover and vapor mitigation.
Thank you.
Not going to hold you to this, but worst case scenario, if you have to get into the vapor barrier and do all that stuff, what do you estimate? Estimate cost?
Wait, hold on, just a minute. Let me explain this. We will present, and we have presented to you already, the costs. We'll present them again in executive session.
Jeff, I'm asking
Judge?
him just estimates.
Judge, we're going to be in a negotiation with the landowner.
Oh.
We're going to be in a negotiation with the landowner, and the information as to what our costs are and what happens with that site reflects on the value of the site. I don't want to, before we complete negotiations with the landowner, I don't want to talk about that because the extent to which you remediate a site also tells you something about the current value of the site. So I respectfully request, we'll do this in executive session, but I respectfully request we not do it in a public session because we're going to be negotiating with this landowner.
Okay, fair enough. I'll ask another day.
One, 2, 3, vote no. Okay. No. I have asked you to please respect the rules that we have here. You have all the time in the world to make public comment. Please respect this institution and this panel. Thank you.
So the questions that have been asked about safety are clearly pertinent. I'm going to try to word this in a different way. If you had the opportunity to move into a little house on this property with 3 of your grandchildren, after it's remediated, would you be comfortable or would you have any concerns whatsoever? Honest answer.
I would move into a multifamily unit on this property.
You wouldn't want a little house?
I don't want a little house.
Okay. But you think you would be safe?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I could, I'm not going to, but I could.
Please speak into the microphone, John.
Yeah, I could, obviously, I would view it no differently than Battery Park or East Bank Flats or these properties we're doing in Columbus.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. If there's no further questions, I'd ask for a motion to move back into executive session. Second? Second?
I'll second.
Ms. Bates? Mr. Griffin? Yes. And Mr. Griffin, okay. Mr. O'Malley? No? Oh, I'm sorry,
what's
for the
the pur- what's- yeah, what is the
purpose of
purpose?
real estate, considering our consideration of real estate. Mr. O'Malley? To return to executive session to complete our deliberations. Judge Sheehan?
Yes.
Judge Hurley? Say yes? Okay, Mr. Griffin already said yes. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Sweeney? Judge Celebrezzi? Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Sheriff Byland?
Yes.
Mr. Budish? Okay, we will move into executive session and return when we do. Thank you. For a motion now to return from executive session to the general meeting.
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And once again, I have been asked to remind everybody in the room about the rules of decorum. We do need to ask you to respect the rules of decorum, and your comments come at the point of public comment. We are going to talk about a methodology to get into a different form of dialogue in a community meeting, but for now, this is a public meeting. Please honor the rules of decorum. Now, before we begin with public comment, because we want to make sure that the public comment is directed to issues before on the table, we understand that there is an amendment that is going to be suggested to this determination. A modification to the determination, is there a motion to make an amendment to the determination?
Mr. Applebaum, I would move to amend the proposed determination.
Okay, and at this point in time, what we're going to do, I think we have the language you're proposing, and I would like to see if we can put it up on.
Before we get there, Mr.
sorry,
Applebaum,
yeah.
I would like to comment about why we believe the current determination is not acceptable and why we believe an amendment is appropriate. And we start from the proposition that our current jail and the conditions in the current jail are not acceptable. They are impossible for public safety, for the corrections officers who work there, and for the detainees who are there. We've seen a level there which we believe needs to be changed and improved. And so we recognize the importance of a new jail as our obligation to provide humane and modernized criminal justice. We are also aware that as we look for a space in the city of Cleveland, the environmental concerns are critical, that we cannot build any facility on a place that has environmental contamination that cannot be remediated or that poses a threat to public health. And so a precondition for any new jail would have to be that the property in question both improves the quality of justice that we can provide and protects the safety of the corrections officers and the detainees so that they are not contaminated by any environmental issues. And throughout that, there needs to be a process of community engagement. And so one of the things that we found lacking in the current determination was a lack of acknowledgement of the importance of the community. And the last part would be renovation. And so with that, I would propose an amendment to try to address these issues so that we can explore the possibility of having a new, modernized, and more humane jail, but only if that can be done on a piece of land that can be remediated up to residential use. And so that needs to be the first part of our concerns. And so I could read my amendment now, my proposed amendment.
We're going to put it up on board, but typos. This was done quickly. Can I correct them on here? You know what? The typos are obvious. We'll just talk about the typos and they'll be corrected.
We start with our first concern, and the amendment proposed reads as follows. Provided that environmental analysis, including an updated Phase 2, is performed as required to provide reasonable assurance that current environmental restrictions can be removed and the property is safe for residential use, the steering committee hereby determines that the site located at 2700 Transport Road in Cleveland, Ohio, being otherwise described as permanent parcel numbers 122-27-001 and 122-27-007, approximately 38.9540 acres, and 122-27-013, 5.7320 acres, is an acceptable site for the new Cuyahoga County Corrections Center, subject to further provision that it can be obtained on commercially reasonable terms. The steering committee further determines that the county should continue its investigation of alternative sites and return to the steering committee for approval of any recommendation to proceed on an alternate site. The steering committee further directs that the committee design and implement a plan of community engagement regarding the potential site. The steering committee authorizes negotiations to determine that this property can be acquired, developed, and remediated as an acceptable site for the new Cuyahoga County Correction Center complex. The steering committee recognizes that it's the very strong view of the city of Cleveland that if the the correction center should remain within the city limits. The steering committee commits to a third-party review of its prior determination regarding a renovation option for the current jails. I want to address the last sentence because I don't think I did it well enough at the beginning, which is because of the input of Cullen Sweeney and the Public Defender's Office, it's important that we review whether in fact we need a entirely new jail and really have an independent third-party review to get a fair and unbiased view of whether it can be renovated. So I want to thank Attorney Sweeney for that addition as well. So what we've tried to do here is to authorize the inquiry, but not to make it a foregone conclusion, because the environmental side has to be confirmed and respected, and we're not going to give up on looking at the options for renovation. And so with that, I would move to amend the prior determination.
Okay, and I apologize, there's a couple typos in what you've received and what's up there. We'll correct those typos, and it's obvious what they are. There's a misspelling and a typo. Okay, with that in mind, and I think that's right.
second.
We need a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor of consideration of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and obviously we'll still go through public comment and then go through the process of a vote on that after public comment. Right now it's just the consideration of the amendment. Mike?
Just a quick question. And just so I'm clear on this proposed amendment, to Mark, is it your belief that after the environmental analysis, the phase 2 is conducted, that the results would be brought back to this committee?
Yes, I would assume so. And certainly before we approve the actual purchase, I think we have to have the phase 2 with us.
I don't know that this, and I'm just looking at it, I see that it has to come back here if we go to a different site, but I'm not certain that it says that they have to come back here to discuss with this committee and the public the results, whatever the phase 2 are, and that's a concern.
And I'm absolutely open to adding that clarification into the language of the amendment.
I think it was always intended that you and the public would know the results, but we'll add that in.
Good.
Yeah, there should be no doubt that we intend to share the phase 2 publicly, and that it will come back to this committee.
We'll add that language.
Well, and just to,
We'll have to add the language, and look, there's enough there right now that for public comment, you understand what's proposed. Let's do the public comment. We'll change the language slightly, then ask after public comment. We'll ask for the motion on the slightly revised language.
Jeff, just a slightly related question is, obviously this calls for community engagement in addition to an environmental study, and then also a third-party review of the jail and possibilities for renovation. Ultimately, when all those three things are complete, the community engagement, environmental, and the third-party review, will it then come back to this committee for a final determination of either proceed forward with the acquisition of property, or we think renovation is possible, or some other alternative?
I believe that the results of everything we do on this will come back to the committee. There's no intention that anything that is done here is not presented to the committee and publicly.
Well, I understand it'll come back to the committee and come back to the public. I guess the question is, if the phase 2 study comes back, and I'll just be very specific, and it says the property can be acquired, and additionally, the third-party review of the jail says it can be renovated, what happens then?
That information is presented to you.
And then we vote on it.
Well, no, I think what happens is you would have the opportunity, at this point in time, you're saying it's subject to that. If after you get it, you don't believe it's adequate, you can always, vote to say based on that information, we no longer think it's adequate. I mean, we need, that's.
So you're saying that the result would be we'd get the information and then a motion or a request would have to be made in light of this new information. We think we should go a different way.
Well, if you're saying right now that subject to all this, it will be adequate, I think that then if you get the information, and if based on the information you then determine it's not adequate, that would have to be put forward.
Okay.
Okay, so the procedure is right now, we're going to, we'll have public comment, and we do ask you, please, because it's late, please don't be repetitive, please honor the 3 minutes, and please, like right now, until it's time for public comment and you comment, please honor the decorum of the session. And we'll proceed then with public comment. And by the way, we're going to do all the public comment right now. Right? It had 2 different sections. We'll combine it all. All the public comment comes now. Larry Heller. Larry Heller. When you begin, by the way, for each person that comments, please state your name and address and then begin. Is that, well, hold on a minute. I was just told that you're supposed to state your name and address. Is that the procedure or not? No, my facts are, I was just told that, that the process is your name and address. If that's not the procedure, fine.
Not on a publicly live stream.
Would you stop? What is the procedure?
I think we're just trying to understand
Just
if it's
names,
local.
no
or not.
address.
No address.
Okay, please be polite enough to let us do this process. State your name. I'm just repeating what I'm told. State your name, and that's sufficient.
Hey, Jeff, before you say something, I just want everyone to know, all of us up here appreciate the public comment, and we understand everybody's passion in this, and I just want to make sure that they understand that we want to hear this, and it's not we're trying to stop people from saying anything. So please, we want to hear, and we understand this is a process. We can't respond to it, but we want to let you know we appreciate hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Judge Sheehan.
And I want to.
Yeah. And I don't mean to outstep you, Jeff, but I just want to let you know we appreciate what they're doing.
I want the public comment. We learned from it. That's why we have the fact sheet. But I just, we need to maintain this in the way that I am told it has to be maintained. Public comment is important and appreciated. Thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Heller.
Mr. Heller.
Thank you. My name is Larry Heller with Northern Ohio Recovery Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'd like to thank Mr. Sweeney and Mr. O'Malley for your comments earlier, questioning the need for rushing this project. I also like to thank all of you who just commented on the importance of public comment. And based on the community engagement that you mentioned, that you want to participate, I would respectfully request or challenge this committee to consider creation of a community engagement committee to serve this committee and to actively seek public engagement. Our county, on the boards and commissions website, charges committees such as this to intentionally seek out input from underrepresented groups. And I would like to see us do that better. Thank you. Okay, as far as Mr. Garvey's presentation, on slide 21, it stated further assessment is needed. I appreciate that several members of this committee did bring up the fact that we would like to have current data and an up-to-date assessment with up-to-date evidence, so we are not making blind guesses or assumptions, but we're acting on evidence. And I fully support seeking that assessment before any vote is taken. I hope and pray and respectfully request that any vote on acquisition of property or decision to pursue the property be delayed until that study is completed. In a related matter, I believe the proposed plan is not based on up-to-date evidence in several respects, not only the environmental issues, but as far as capacity needs, as several people also mentioned. Some of these capacity estimates were made prior to COVID, where we proved we could dramatically reduce capacity without any increase in crime, without any risk to public safety. We can reduce capacity. Estimates were also made prior to the opening of the diversion center, which will dramatically reduce capacity needs. Now, we all know the diversion center is not yet at full capacity, but we will have data soon on how it impacts our capacity needs. We'll have data soon on proposed bail reform, co-responder, alternative response, 988, all those will impact capacity. Why are we rushing blindly into something when we will have evidence so soon? This county, this committee, and our entire country strongly support evidence-based best practice standards, including alternatives to incarceration and diversion at all points. The handout that this committee just gave us today at this meeting stresses these facts. Alternatives to incarceration, diversion at all points. We have focused primarily on one point, not all points yet. All of this will impact capacity. Just a quick something on the report. There were numerous references to the 2-foot soil cap. Soil moves underground. 2 feet may be adequate for a national average. There may be a need for regional adjustments because we might need to go below the freeze line. Even with a concrete barrier, we all know sidewalks crack and buckle, even in just a very few years. How will we know if the sidewalk underground here is cracking and buckling? How will we know? I beg of you, please delay a vote until we have some evidence and some more hard facts and evidence to go on. Thank you. And please consider a community engagement committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Yes.
Adam, B-R-E. How do you, well, you'll pronounce your name in your phone.
Hi, my name is Adam Bresnahan. I live in the city of Cleveland, Ward 11. I just wanted to say, we're talking about spending $500 million in the county that contains the poorest city in the nation. And during the environmental presentation, I heard words like typically, and I assume, and I imagine. And really, I find this is kind of unacceptable. I'm glad that you anticipated some of this criticism in your amendment. But then when presenting the amendment, we talked about intentions and I believe and I think. And frankly, I think that this is a little shaky ground upon which to make such a serious decision like this with such a big financial impact. So like the gentleman before me, I'd urge you to delay a vote on this because this is so much money for this county and for the city, and this is such a huge decision. Initially, I really wanted to talk about the funding for it. Of course, I think that there is no source of funding guaranteed for this yet. The idea was to extend a 1/4 cent sales tax. There's been a lot of pushback on this. I know it's unpopular, really it might not be the best decision. A sales tax is, of course, as you all know, a regressive tax. It means it's proportionally speaking, it's paid for most by the poorest residents in our county. So with this funding mechanism, you're basically putting the highest burden on those folks. I think this is just really unfair. If you want to do that, maybe the voters should decide. And finally, I just want to say, this money could be spent on other things, GCRTA, for instance, which needs more funding, which needs a levy, something like that. And I feel like this extension of the sales tax would preclude that. In sum, I just feel like this is it's just really shaky ground, and I'm a little surprised at how shaky the ground is. So I urge you to table or vote no on this. Thanks.
Very well said.
Ross DeBello.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ross DeBello, and I'm speaking this morning to ask all you beautiful faces to vote no on this proposed jail. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over while expecting a different result. Spending this insane amount of taxpayer dollars on building a jail is inhumane and backwards. More crime, population loss, grift, racial disparities, and bad bureaucracy is what a yes vote will lead to. Nelson Mandela said, "No one truly knows a place until one has been inside its jails. A place should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones." If the county wants to accomplish safety and prosperity, we would not spend on this jail, we would end neoliberalism, and make our current jail a more humanitarian place where inmates don't die because of careless or greedy mismanagement. A new building should not be mistaken for a new compassion for prisoners. Every argument of a yes vote is a pretext for those who know the history here. Sports stadiums, Garfield Heights, the Hilton, freeways, consultants, high-rises, the Global Center for Health Innovation. And yet we have an even better example than those for this insanity, waste, grift, and hate for those who've made a mistake here today. Quite recently, we know we did this with the Juvenile Justice Center. Contractors, lawyers, consultants, bankers, other businessmen, some who don't even live in Cuyahoga County, got paid. Now, some power players did end up in a beautifully constructed federal prison, but county children, adults, and kids just lucky enough to become adults got and are still getting abused. Spending recklessly yet again will speed up the decline all those other mistakes have led to. We have 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's incarcerated. Know that when a car gets jacked, an officer dies in the line of duty, or racial disparities worsen, it's not exactly random. In every poll, the public is showing more and more it knows that crime is a product of bad socioeconomic policy. So please vote no on this proposal, and after decades, let's finally build different. Thank you.
Kareem Hatton? Kareem?
Yay, Kareem. You my hero.
Kareem Hinton. I'm a resident of Cleveland, Ward 14. And well, let me get started. I'm Kareem Hinton, and I'm here today as part of Black Lives Matter Cleveland, a group of broad public support throughout the county, and in our mandate to advocate for racial justice and equity. I say in that capacity, I ask you to vote no on this proposed location and to change the culture of these votes and meetings to be fair and democratic so that the people of the county can have adequate information for decision-making. I also ask that you reveal the vote so we may know who voted yes or no. We feel that the events leading up to this week's vote by the steering committee have been intentionally exclusionary of the public input and public will, which is anti-democratic and thus an invalid form of representation for this project. On April 5th, the meeting was held at 9 a.m. when most are at work, preparing for work, or getting children off to school. Nonetheless, a public meeting was held and was well attended by passionate advocates of democracy from around the county. They argued against the wasteful spending, rushed process, and the toxic planned location, as well as the construction project as a whole. The group was successful in aligning views and helping to thwart a consensus on actually building the jail on this proposed toxic site. In return, Mr. Applebaum furiously addressed the residents, postponed the vote, and after postponing the vote, he was arguing for the construction amongst us. We know that Jeffrey Applebaum was hired by Armand Budish and that Budish wants the new jail construction guaranteed before he leaves office. It would be his shameful legacy, but unfortunately, it might get passed down to the next county executive. We understand that Applebaum is doing what he was hired to do, and we ask that you listen to the people, not to the hired hand of an official who's in his lame duck session. We ask you, or rather, as you know, Councilman Mike Gallagher has become upset over the fact that the steering committee, wants to be more than just a rubber stamp, and now threatens to scrap the committee. We, the people of Cuyahoga County, don't want any place of public input scrapped. We know it's crucial to have our say. We say no to this site and to this anti-democratic seizure of the process. And, well, I'll cut it short then, but we just ask that you vote no for democracy's sake, and keep in mind that that dumped commercial site where Walmart is in Garfield Heights, they thought that that was okay according to all the studies too, and now it's unoccupied.
Piet. Can't read the name. Pietvon. Thank you.
Members of the steering committee, my name is Pete Van Leer. I'm a resident of Cleveland and a senior researcher with Policy Matters Ohio. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan research institute with offices in Cleveland and Columbus. One of my main areas of research has been statewide bail reform, so I'm talking to you about that today, and how it may impact the needs of the Cuyahoga County Jail. As of Monday, there were 1,663 people in the county jail, according to what I've heard. 1,247 were pre-trial. That is, they were presumed innocent until proven otherwise in a court of law. So I'm asking you to consider what it means for justice in our county when fully 75% of the people in the jail are awaiting trial, many simply because they can't afford bail. Last fall, Policy Matters conducted a review of national research on the negative health impact of pretrial incarceration, and the findings, I think, are relevant here to your decision. Bail is supposed to ensure people appear for trial, even though there are better ways to do this. For people who can't afford to buy their freedom, the damage can be swift and devastating. Stuck in jail for days, weeks, even months, they often lose their jobs, custody of children, housing, connection to their communities. Their physical and mental health suffers due to violence behind bars, emotional stress and uncertainty, and lack of adequate health care. These impacts ripple throughout the community into schools, neighborhoods, workplaces. High levels of stress and anxiety for children of people detained can have negative effects into adulthood. Another startling fact, people jailed pretrial are 6 times more likely to commit suicide than those who are incarcerated post-conviction. And racism is baked into the system. I probably don't need to tell you. The Ohio Supreme Court found that white detainees are more likely to receive a summons instead of incarceration for a criminal case compared to black people, who are least likely to be released without having to post cash bail. The court study found that 48% of people held pretrial were black, even though Ohio's population is only 13% black. Research from the Prison Policy Institute shows that race influences the amount of bail courts set, the severity of charges prosecutors bring, and the length of sentences judges impose. Black and Hispanic individuals are often penalized at higher rates than their white counterparts. I came to talk to you today because our justice system is built on the idea that everyone, no matter how much money they have in the bank, what they look like, or where they live, is innocent until proven guilty. All factors must be taken into account here, including bail reform at the state level and local efforts to divert people from arrest and incarceration. All this could have a significant impact on the size of the jail this community needs. I know you already know this. I've seen the report. I've seen this handout. But I think it's really critical that this steering committee understand that if you build it, the courts will fill it. So I will submit to you the research. I have copies here I would like to distribute to you all. And thank you for your time.
Ann, C-A-R-U, Ann? We have an Ann with the last name that begins C-A-R? Ann left, okay. Josiah Quarles?
Hello, my name is Josiah Quarles. Good to see you all again. I first want to start by acknowledging that what you put forward as far as amending was a good step. It is appreciated that there is reaction to our comment, and I think that is important to be an integral part of the process going forward, and feel like it hasn't been to this point. So it's good to see that improvement. These are baby steps, though. I remember at the end of our last meeting, there was a little discussion that broke out, and there was something about workshops, and I don't know what work was being done or at what shop, but I don't think anybody out here was invited to that or saw any of the output of that other than something that was just put forward as a presentation, very similar to what happened earlier today. But I don't want to spend too much time to that. What I have to speak on is just the current event and how emblematic it is of the problem that we face and our skepticism, not only of a new jail, but particularly of a jail on a site like this. Just yesterday at Oriana House, it was just a gas leak, you know, nothing too major, nothing that you think couldn't be handled in a way, in a quick manner to make sure that no one's life was in jeopardy. But that gas leak was notified to authorities at 2 p.m. The fire department arrived at 11 p.m. That's 9 hours of a gas leak that we suscepted people not only to the gases, but the danger of a match striking, lighting the entire building. And we can't deal with that on a small scale at Oriana House. And we think that we're going to deal with a toxic waste dump and layers upon layers of contingencies and maintenance of ventilation systems and constant checks to make sure that things are okay. I do not trust the people or the systems that we have in place. I think it would be much better that we spend money investigating what we have going on right now, fixing what we have right now, and exploring together what we could build in the future that is not pressed by time, by contracts, and by exchanges of money. And that's my time.
Chrissy.
My name is Chrissy Stonebreaker Martinez. I have worked and lived and played in Cleveland for more than a decade. And I work with the Interreligious Task Force on Central America and Colombia, a nonprofit and human rights organization, nonpartisan, that deals with issues of state-sponsored violence, not just in the United States, but also the United States' impact on state-sponsored violence throughout the hemisphere. First, I'd like to yield part of my time to a friend who couldn't physically be present because they are working during these long work hour days where we have these meetings. Their name is Beverly Austin, and they reside in Euclid, Ohio. She says, the purpose of this testimony is to urge new jail steering committee members to vote no on the proposal to locate the new Cuyahoga County Jail at 2700 Transport Road in Cleveland, a former shipping container and fuel processing site. I'm appalled that just a short 4 years after we experienced record numbers of jail deaths in 2018, we even had a whole award-winning national podcast about it. The committee would even consider a toxic site such as this one without obtaining a real environmental analysis with third-party determinants who are not impacted by the profiteering of this jail. If it's safe we don't even know if it's a safe place for this jail to be located. Can it be that our county jail inmates' lives are worth so little? Further, I find that the fact that this same site was once deemed an unfeasible and unsafe location on which to establish an Ohio men's prison to be deeply troubling as well. I fail to understand how a location which was considered too dangerous for a prison can now be chosen as a suitable place for a jail, and I find this to be nonsensical. Moreover, I believe the current estimated price tag for this proposed new jail at cost of $550 million to be astronomical. In my view, the county has much better uses for such a large sum of money. That's more than the American Rescue Plan Act dollars that are coming to this city. So quite an equivalence. Remember, someone once said that where your money goes, there goes your values as well. Finally, I'm concerned that potential changes to criminal justice laws, which may be enacted as soon as later on this year, would greatly reduce the need for the county to house accused individuals on a pretrial basis, as my neighbors have said before me. With regard to this, as you know, the House and Senate are currently considering bail reform bills. If passed into law, these bills would change dramatically how we conduct criminal justice in Ohio and reduce the need for pretrial detention for those who can't afford to pay cash bail. In view of this, I find it to be imprudent for the steering committee and county council to continue with plans to construct a new jail at this time. For the above reasons and many others, I strongly urge you to vote no on this proposal to locate the new jail at 2700 Transport Road. Thank you for your time. 1, 2, 3, vote no.
Vote no, no.
Mark Alvarado.
My name is Mark Alvarado. I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County. I was going to read an article from 1982 about this very same site that is being looked at today. I won't do that. I will simply give the context that in 1982, at the 11th hour, the state of Ohio pulled out of purchasing the site because of these very same environmental concerns that we still have today. Now, I'm not reading this article because I do not doubt that today, 40 years later, we know more about these environmental issues and about remediation than we did in 1982. My concern is that we have seen a presentation from an environmental consultant who I'm sure is very good at his job, but a part of that job is to come here and say to you, trust me, it's fine. You are not all environmental engineers, and I know that you have questions. We all have questions. You still have questions. There are too many unknowns. This is too much of a risk to simply be spending taxpayer dollars on a site when you still want to continue to proceed to look at alternative sites. So we'll buy this site, and then we'll look at other sites and keep throwing good money after bad. There's not really much more to say that my comrades have not said here. I do want to urge you to vote no. And I want to make one quick note about decorum. The people who are here today are not getting paid taxpayer dollars to sit here and wait all day through all this deliberation. A number of our comrades have already had to leave. These people, we have to sacrifice to be here and wait on you to make deliberation. We have to sacrifice, Mr. Applebaum, to sit here and wait on you to tell us that it's going to be fine, trust us, and act right. I want you to please consider that before you talk about decorum. Decorum and decency does not reside within a nice suit. Decorum and decency does not reside within the ability to use neutral language coming from mouths that have been able to afford a formal education. These are the people who are talking to you, whose money that you wish to spend on this site. Please listen to the people. Please vote no.
Lou Zucker.
Hi, everyone. Oop, can you hear me okay? Thank you. My name is Lou Zucker. I'm a resident of Old Brooklyn neighborhood, Ward 7, or District or Ward 7, under Yvonne Conwell, the same exact district as this proposed site. I'm going to be reading a comment on behalf of Samuel Horn, who is a USPS employee at the site directly across the street from this site. Samuel Horn was not able to be here today with the announcement being given on Good Friday. I think 4.5 business days before this meeting. He was not able to take off work to be here today. So he sent in this comment to be read. My name is Samuel Horn. I am a mail carrier for the United States Postal Service, a member of the NALC Branch 40 Union, and a resident of Cleveland. With my many colleagues, I work at the 2201 Broadway postal facility directly adjacent to the proposed jail site. I am deeply concerned about the toxicity of the site and the risk to me and other USPS employees. It seems to me that the airborne chemicals from any remediation and construction are likely to pose a health risk to all the USPS employees working at the offices, the carrier annex, and the plant just a few hundred feet away. Chemicals at this site include lead, asbestos, kerosene and other solvents, hydrocarbon liquids and vapors, and maybe even PCBs. What guarantees can this committee make that my coworkers and I will be safe? Or for that matter, that the people to be incarcerated inside will be, especially given that this committee seemed completely unaware of this issue just weeks ago. Echoing Chief Public Defender Sweeney's comments, I believe the push for a new jail has run bullheadedly past ongoing efforts at population reduction in the jail. And beyond just waiting to see what the outcome of the existing policies will be, these efforts and other alternatives to incarceration should be expanded. There are so many other evidence-based solutions to community safety and reducing the number of people locked in the jail. These concerns that you're hearing today are not new. They are not coming out of nowhere. From what I can tell, people in the community have been trying to get this message across for a long, long time. Please, vote no on this toxic site and reconsider alternatives to this project. That's the end of Mr. Horn's comment. I would like to add that mass incarceration is a deep wound across this nation, and that's happening locally in our county as well. Let me be clear, a vote yes would be a vote to expand the county's ability to incarcerate more of its residents. This would be a vote to worsen mass incarceration. No matter what social justice language is used to act like building more cages is a socially just solution to the issues our county is facing, the people can see through that. Please vote no today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is LaTanya Goldsby. I'm the president and co-founder of Black Lives Matter Cleveland and a member of the Jail Coalition. I want to urge you today to vote no on the proposed acquisition for the following reasons. A lot has happened since our last visit here. Shondo Moffitt is the 16th victim of your lack of management and leadership. It's apparent that everyone in this room, except this body of individuals, that this building, a new jail, is not going to fix the conditions and the cultures that reside within the jail. The building isn't the problem. It's the leadership. We have sent people employed by this county government to the jail for their wrongdoings, and yet people still dying inside the county jail. We cannot be disillusioned to think that these things are happening because the structure of a building. Now you want to take a vote to erect a new jail on toxic wasteland. I must say that is great leadership. Now knowing the history of your chosen gold mine and the potential environmental hazards, I urge you as your constituent, I urge you to vote no on this acquisition of property. I do not consent to my tax dollars being spent on building a new jail. But I will consent to spending those funds on alternatives to policing and alternatives to incarceration and providing access to mental health and drug addiction services. I will consent to expanding the diversion center and building a crisis center, something that we asked for prior to this launch for the new jail. I will not consent to the imposed tax increase to pay for a new jail. We, the people of Cuyahoga County, deserve the opportunity to engage in this process. This is taxation without representation. And we will not be silent. If this committee is divided in its decision-making process, why should we have faith in this process? And why should we trust that you will make the best decision with our best interests at heart? We encourage you today to vote no. Vote no. Vote no.
Vote no.
No. Stephanie. Thomas?
Hi, I'm Stephanie Thomas. I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County, and I work in Ohio City. Thank you for having us back. We've already given you 500 million reasons why there should be no new jail built in Cuyahoga County. The inhumanity of caging our community needlessly pre-trial, the utter inability of the county to administer the existing jail, the absolute incompetence that has led to so many deaths. There is blood on the hands of the county. $550 million could pay for so many low-income and workforce housing units, and you'd still have money to fund public education, early childcare, the food bank, arts, anything. If you haven't driven by the Muni lot on Thursdays, I suggest this afternoon on your way out of here, you go and see the line. It stretches from the Muni lot all the way down to East 55th Street. Get acquainted with the needs of the community. This is the community that the jail and the tax to build it will affect most. Walking in this morning, the thing that I was most worried about was the committee's utter disregard for environmental concerns. You're talking about using $500 million of our money on a toxic site that you're admitting is toxic. Make that make sense. What if it's worse? So thank you for taking the time to test the soil again before you spend the people's tax money on it, to do the due diligence to see what type of brownfield you're buying with our money. That has had nothing but manufacturing and industrial uses on it for the past 23 years since these borings were taken. I cannot wait to see the new boring logs and the new soil reports. Since the last time we met, the IPCC report was released. We have just 2 years to curb greenhouse gas emissions. If CO2 emissions don't peak in 2025, pardon my French, we are fucked. Your children better be good swimmers and farmers. Your grandchildren, I pray for them, and for my niece Max, who was born just yesterday. She's not even 24 years old. 24 hours old, sorry. So I think we deserve a full environmental comparison study. New buildings are huge contributors to CO2 emissions, and I'm not talking about during the use, I'm talking about during the construction. Compared to the retrofitting of the existing structure, concrete production alone accounts for 8% of global CO2 emissions. That is an incredible figure. Why rip down an existing concrete building and replace it with a new one? We, your children, your grandchildren, can't afford it. Additionally, we must move away from outdated modes of transportation. Why move pretrial detainees away from the courthouse, where they will have to be shuttled via gas-guzzling buses and vans? Please, let us at least pretend that we're trying to save the planet. I realize that y'all are a little older and it doesn't affect you as much, but think about your children, your grandchildren, if you have no care to think about the oppressed community's youth and what this new jail symbolizes to them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. My name is Lou. You see LOH, not low. I'm only short. I'm glad to be here because we have been lacking public education on our civil world and our criminal justice systems. So today you see lots of people, we are here to learn. One thing I have to give credit to our Honorable Judge O'Malley here. Today you actually, probably first time for me and some people, but maybe that's not the first time, you actually spoke up for the people. We appreciate that. Even for you to have extensive knowledge, you know it's not fair for any of you to vote on something which you just received a presentation. You have no time to even process the information yourself. And on the other hand, I will also appreciate your way of conducting the meeting. You are definitely very good at administrative works. However, today the meeting is about human life, public safety, public health. Administration skills sometimes just cannot go into that. Plus, unfortunately, you are a white male. So for you to say certain things, people will misinterpret your good intention. So you probably have to learn to loosen up a little bit. In that case, the meeting will go smoother. And all these members up here, they will really receive the information they want to receive and they need to receive. In that case, you will be even a better facilitator of this kind of meeting. Now, to the issue here, I'm sorry. The whole society, we just punish the poor. Jail is one thing, homeless shelter will be another, nursing home is definitely another one. All these heavily congregated locations. Mostly people don't want them in their community. So, as you said that very well, lots of jails are forced to pick a site with heavy pollution from decades of the wrongdoing. But this is the opportunity our county can actually thrive together instead of die together. We can actually show an example. We are serious about humans' lives. Put more people in the jail, you actually decrease the workforce. You actually create more housing crisis, definitely more homeless people to be retaliated by the ridiculous bathroom in the homeless shelter. We should work together, but not under the bureaucracy and the hypocrisy here. We all have to be honest, to engage, to communicate. So I thank you, all of you, today really will stand up for all the people. Please vote no.
I'll try to loosen up. My wife agrees with you. Is it, I can't read it, T-A, this one's tough. Do you know who this is? Talik? Practice.
How you doing? How are you? Good to see you. All right, so I want to say good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tariq K. Shabazz. As you have heard, I am a candidate for Cuyahoga County Executive, and one of which who may end up inheriting these decisions that are very, very difficult to make. Today, I didn't come out here to just throw passion and yell at anybody out here. Today, I came out here to just talk to you. I want you to think about where you are, or what decision you'll be making today. We're at a pivotal point in time in America. We see all the craziness going on in this world, and we must fight to stop mass incarceration. We must fight to make sure we have a better country, a better place for all people. We must be moving into a place where we have housing as a right, where we have health care as a right, in which we aren't putting people in prison just because they're in poverty. I've listened to so many of the great words of so many of the people today during this public comment session, and I want everyone here today who are playing a role in this process that will be voting, remember where you will be on history. Because the decision you make today may ultimately not be a catalyst for change, but will also be the expediter for mass incarceration. So when you think about those things, understand that your vote will play a pivotal point in making sure that we take care of our youth, that we provide a different option, that we continue to invest in evidence-based solutions, that we continue to expand the utilization of our diversion center, that we continue on that path in which where we say we want our young people to be productive citizens in this country and not being subjected to those facilities that are incarceration-based. So today, to County Executive Armin Budish, I believe that you should you should make this point right now and tell this committee that they should say no. Say no in this charade. Let's move and put $500+ million to make housing a right. I don't even know how we are sitting here today, and that's not what we're talking about. And I do understand that under this current situation, we only think incarceration is the answer. We only think apprehension is the answer. But I assure you, there has been no studies that suggest that providing more dollars to go towards policing and incarceration has ever been proven to actually make a better society. And I urge you all, before you make any vote today, go look at any study and tell me, have you ever found studies that suggest that providing more dollars towards incarceration and apprehension has ever in any way, shape, or form had a better example or effect on the public health? It hasn't. It only exacerbates the conditions. See, if you haven't noticed yet today, for all the people who are present, we must move into a new direction. We need to be talking about ending the current iteration of how cash bail works. We know we don't need to wait for the federal or the state government. Why can't we end cash bail here? You're talking about raising $550 million for incarceration. Let's raise that to change people's lives. People deserve better. So again, every one of your votes, think about where you will fall in history. Will you be the one who make change, or will you put more people into these jails? Because that will be your legacy. I assure you of that. Thank you. Vote no. Tariq K. Shabazz, I love you all. I'm left.
Azura Crispino. And by the way, I apologize for every mispronounced name.
You said that perfectly.
Practice.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Azura Crispino. I recently moved here to Cleveland Heights to be with my husband, who's currently being held in transitional control at Oriana House. He was also impacted by the carbon monoxide leak that happened Tuesday night going into Wednesday. Thankfully, he's okay. I do want to say that there are several other people who are currently at Oriana House that are still experiencing symptoms. Part of the reason I mention this is because, as Pete Van Leer pointed out, there are currently 1,663 people who are being held at Cuyahoga County Jail, 1,247 of those who are being held pretrial. And I find that really interesting because the Public Safety and Justice Affairs Committee, which met on April 19th, is claiming that the new jail site would have 1,880 beds and 2 sites. even though part of the concern is that the current jail's exits cannot properly be monitored. Now, it seems to me that one building is going to have fewer exits than two buildings, and therefore it would be easier to monitor them if they were going to be one and not two, right? Just common sense. It also seems surprising to me that this body, as far as I can tell, I did have to be late because I was dropping off my husband at work, did not include a conversation about that meeting on Tuesday. And I wonder if many of the people here today even knew that Tuesday night's meeting had occurred. So let's just look at this by the numbers, okay? Part of the reason I want to focus on that is because, yes, 1,247 are being held pretrial, and many of those folks could either be on bond, bail, or otherwise not being incarcerated at all while they're being held pretrial. But there's a population that has yet to be discussed at all, and that is folks who are ODRC incarcerated people who are being brought back to Cuyahoga County Jail in order to stand trial. For people who are either seeking judicial releases, which is something that the county should be considering to decarcerate ODRC, or who are going through appeals, they have to come back to Cuyahoga County in order to be able to have their trial. But because of COVID, we have expanded the number of people who are able to go to trial by video conference. Now, the reason I mention this is because my husband has been in and out of Cuyahoga County Jail, and at one point for 18 months while he was awaiting various appeals and judicial releases, which unfortunately were not successful, though Mr. Sweeney, you did an excellent job. Really, you should have won. But leaving that aside for a second, what I'm trying to say here is we can continue the measures that we took under COVID and make them permanent. If there are defendants who choose to appear to court by video camera, that should be allowed. And if we do this, then we don't need 1,880 beds. We can get away with 850. Therefore, I think that you should vote no and seriously reconsider the exact numbers of beds that you need before you decide how much land you need to purchase in order to build a new building. Thank you.
Fred Barkley. Fred Barkley, is he here?
I regret that I had to turn off my streaming, but I guess I'll catch it on the site. My first statement is that I want to make sure that I never have to face intimidation by some detective who I don't even know is a detective in this room here. This ledge master, as I call him, acted like he wanted to detain me and take me to jail for me being legally blind and going over there by that ledge as though it's off limits. That should never happen in a place like this. We don't need intimidators here. You have two officers over there who do a great job. I commended them. We don't need an intimidator over here, so let's start with that. Also, as I've been listening to all of the responses and all of the environmental explanations that have been given, I think it would make more sense if we were talking about trying to put Cleveland on the moon than actually trying to build a new jail on the toxic waste site. Because at least if we were talking about putting Cleveland on the moon, we wouldn't have to worry about who we're going to lock up and why, and we wouldn't have to I think it would do a lot of things simultaneously if we were to talk about putting Cleveland on the moon, because I think that would make more sense and be more sane than what we're trying to do here. I think it would end the gun violence because bullets can't travel like they travel on the moon. It would probably end drunk driving because even if you did manage to get drunk on the moon, how would you be able to get in a car and kill? I mean, it would just do so many things. It just makes so much more sense as we listen to this insanity here that I think that a proposal to put Cleveland on the moon would be a much more sane proposal than what we're proposing right here today, to kill us all or to kill as many black and brown people as you can on this planet by building that new jail over there. I think we could save a lot of black people if we talked about putting Cleveland on the moon. As insane as that sounds, it sounds a lot more sane than what we're proposing here. Thank you very much.
Reverend Bunch.
Reverend Bunch.
Just to echo what everyone has said, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. If it's built on toxic soil, surrounded by toxic soil, it's going to be a toxic jail. And this process started with building a jail. Now the question has come before you to say, let's build a jail and also let's put it on toxic soil. This process has now snowballed into nonsense. And a vote no is a common sense answer, I think. But for some odd reason, we're at a moment with our consultant, Jeff Applebaum, and you all, who's trying to sell you snake oil that will send somebody to look at the land and tell you it's okay. Where are we at in this process? This is why the community is saying, put us with you in this process.
Yes.
You don't need someone like a Applebaum who makes good money to sell you these lies. But we as the community, we're gonna tell the lie the truth. And as representatives and as electeds of our community, you should be telling the lies the truth. How can you vote on something that, one, you know is toxic, and dare to say this is what we need for our community? We just got done celebrating Easter, where Jesus would rise up out of the grave to show the world that he can conquer death. He can conquer systems that keep people like him down. And when he got up out of the grave, he didn't say, I'm coming with a new heaven and a new earth and a new jail, a new heaven and a new earth and a new cage. But Christ said, I've come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. Why aren't we doing life more abundantly here? A jail is not about life more abundantly. The only life we're seeing more abundantly is the money going into Applebaum's pockets. The vote no is easy here. The vote no should be common sense here. But don't let money and convenient politics make you make the wrong decision here. Because if you have the Christ in you like I have the Christ in me, the community should be rising above cages and jails. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say this here. My name was first. She came after me. No disrespect. No, I want you to go first. He went way over my name, Rosie. This is go on, sweetheart. There were different signs. No, but he know what he just did. Love you, Rosie.
Do I have to press the button? Okay, no, it does. It works. Okay. Jeez, sorry. My name is Rosie Palfy. I'm a resident of Parma, and hopefully I won't get booed out of here by my fellow esteemed social justice people. I'm sorry. I was watching this from at home, and it's literally like living in the Twilight Zone when I watch these movies. I'm sorry. It is like watching a movie. Mr. Applebaum, I am infuriated with how he runs the meetings. However, I think the consultants have done their job, with the exception of the site selection. The information is out there. Okay, I watched. Let me get back. Please bear with me. Okay, so I might be in the minority in thinking that we do need a new jail. I've watched videos. I've seen the jail's a money pit. You cannot say it's inhumane in one breath and then say we don't need a new jail. There are things that cannot be done to this building. Actually, most people don't even know there are 2 jails in that building. I'm asking you to vote no today, and I don't care if this was the perfect piece of pristine land in Cuyahoga County. My issue is with the entire process. We have been lied to. This is why we're mad. We were told there'd be community engagement. We were told we would be involved. I cannot for the life of me understand why we're not building a new justice center and jail on the same campus, on the same property, right? Doesn't it make sense for convenience? Okay, we're not even talking about, I've watched, it's expensive, it's more expensive to have a high-rise jail, okay? But you have a low-rise jail, you need more space. We were told we'd be involved in the site selection process. So the problem is, there is no selection process. You have one bad piece of land. People talk about $500 million. That number means nothing to me. As a disabled veteran living on a fixed income, I want to know how this is going to impact my bottom line. When a school levy is proposed, I get a postcard in the mail that explains how much it will cost me per year if I vote to improve it. Since day one, the city and county have known that this would be the largest construction project in Cuyahoga County history, and yet we have had no say in how this project would be paid for. I'm really infuriated because the rules have been changed as we went along. The agenda had allowed for 2 public comment, where you could comment on this and then later additional public comment, and now we can't. So I'm very frustrated about that because I'm part of a stakeholder group that should have been included in this process, but was prevented by, I'm involved with a police reform committee, and basically the Alcohol, Drug, Mental Health Services Board and the Cleveland Division of Police prevented my committee from being involved in this. We should have been one of the stakeholder groups, but I can't talk about that because you guys have changed the rules, so.
All we said was if you have a comment, whoever signed up for the comment, we said we're going to just take all the comments now, which we are. So the last, now, is it, I have all the names on the public comment list. You did not sign the public comment list. Please comment. Please comment, because you signed the sign-in sheet, but not the public comment list.
2 of them.
Here are the lists, if you can find.
Okay. That's what you say.
You can speak, once again, please speak, and there's one more person.
10 seconds after the clock had already begun because of the concern regarding the list. So that's something.
If you have a public comment, please comment now. There's one more person also.
I know it was.
It was not intentional. I read the names off the list. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Prosecutor O'Malley. We know I'm not a punk. We know that. But today, at 59, almost being 59, I'm more reserved than I was 30 years ago before I went packing down to the penitentiary. Because I don't let people jump up in my face. And I want to say this to you today, loud and clear. I am going to file another complaint because when I was here on the 5th of April, Mr. Hoof tried to shut me up, but I didn't even get up out of my seat. And what I do know also, Mr. O'Malley, the new stand your ground don't cover people with felonies. See, I have to retreat. I can't stand there and defend myself because guess what? I'll get charged. I get charged. So let's move on here. You need to vote no on this jail. What you can do is renovate the jail. Because guess what? They're busting up the concrete and they change the pipes in the city. Because every 50 years you do a renovation. You renovate every 50 years, even in your house. So why can't they renovate the county jail? Why can't they do that? But at the end of the day, once again, like the one young lady said and the gentleman said, is leadership. Leadership like Applebaum and his cronies that think they're going to shut people up like me. That's not going to happen. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to file a complaint with the Supreme Court of Ohio and tell them how two white men who are lawyers try to shut up a black woman from speaking her piece with her constitutional right. And I'm going to CC you a copy. And I'm going to see the accountability on that. Because you know what? When I went to the penitentiary almost 30 years ago for an assault, I came back a rehabilitated person. I was accountable. And went to school and educated myself. I was accountable. So I'm going to see what's going to happen when I file this complaint against both of them at the Supreme Court of Ohio. And thank you, Sheriff, for listening. What's your name, sir? I want to thank him for listening and knowing exactly what was going on.
Matthew, on.
People kept saying good afternoon. I guess it is the afternoon. Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you to the commission for taking my comment. My name is Matthew On. I am currently a law professor at Cleveland Marshall College of Law. I am just here in my personal capacity, though. Especially now that the commission is thinking about a third-party review of the renovation determination, I'd urge the members of this committee to please vote no until either there is some kind of guarantee, right, that the process is not going to move forward until the third-party review happens, or to just vote no categorically. So there's several reasons for this, many of which I think the other commenters have already mentioned, but I'd like to go back to the rated capacity, right? A rated capacity of 1,900 is a policy choice, right? It is a determination that the system of pretrial detention is an acceptable cost to the people of this county. But that cost is not well understood by folks who have not lived it. Right? Pretrial detention actually causes the recidivism rate to go up. Generally, pretrial detention, by our best estimates, increases the recidivism rate of that person by 15%. And for somebody who has a minimal criminal record, who is detained for only 1 week, their recidivism rate goes up 25%. This is the policy choice that prosecutors and judges are making through pretrial detention. And this is a policy choice that does not need to happen, right? The Ohio Revised Code tells us that detention is only appropriate if no set of conditions exists to ensure appearance of court and safety of the community. This happens to be the same standard that I practiced under when I was a federal defender in Toledo. I happened to be working in that role at the beginning of the pandemic, right? Our judges had detained about half of our clients at that time. With the pandemic, they decided to release many of them, right? With some restrictions such as house arrest, so on and so forth, right? Almost all of them were let out on bond reconsideration, right? And almost none of them violated their bond, right? My experience was very similar to the one that we've seen nationwide, right? Folks are let out because of COVID, and they're fine. They're doing fine, right? They are not taken out of their community. They are not subject to sort of the same cycle of trauma that often causes folks to become desperate enough to potentially get embroiled in the criminal system in the first place. These folks can serve as a model for how judges and prosecutors think about pretrial detention. Even if not for those moral repercussions and not for the recidivism policy repercussions, then at least think about the monetary considerations of having somebody on house arrest rather than in this jail, right? I live in a commercial to residential renovated building in downtown Cleveland. That property was renovated into 293 apartments at a cost of $40 million. Why will it take $550 million to build a jail that is of similar size? I had some more comments, but I will reserve them. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. I believe that concludes our public comments. So at this point in time, the first thing we're going to do is there is revised language to the proposed substitution. It is the last line that was added that says, the steering committee directs that all input, reports, and information obtained as a result of the foregoing determination shall be presented to the steering committee in a public session. With that addition, which we discussed, I'm going to ask, well, I suppose, Mr. Griffin, you would want to then make any additional comment, and it would be your motion that we consider the proposed substitution.
I accept the proposed substitution as a friendly amendment.
Okay, is there a motion to consider the proposed substitution? Well, you made the motion. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so at this point in time, what we're going to do is we're going to now consider this, this determination that you now all see in front of you. It's all up on the board. So I'm going to ask you if there's any further discussion or comment before I ask the committee in a roll call vote to vote on this. Mr. O'Malley.
Quick question. Is it your belief, based upon this wording, that if this committee approves it today, that your company has the ability then to proceed, certainly to obtain or work to obtain the property, but also once it is obtained, to continue to move forward without further input? Obviously, there's a clause in here that says they will bring the environmentals back to this committee. But once it is affirmatively approved today, is it your belief that this site has been selected?
No.
So let me say two things. First of all, it's not my company that goes forward with this. It is actually the prosecutor's office. It's Mr. Lambert, who and his group that continues to do what it says in here, which is to determine the negotiability of the site, determines what, if a reasonable number can be negotiated. It's my belief that what happens is that your office actually proceeds to determine whether the terms of this can be satisfied, at least in terms of whether it can be obtained on a commercially reasonable basis. It's my belief that with that information, there's now other information that comes back to you. And at that point in time, now, to some degree, some of this, it's my belief at that point in time, all this information still comes back to you.
Well, I was having the discussion with Judge Sheehan as we sat here, because as I read it, my concern would be once this is voted upon, and let me read exactly what it says. And this is what makes me uncomfortable, because it says the steering committee hereby determines that the site located at 2700 Transport Road, blah, 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 is an acceptable site for the new County Corrections Center complex. And the question is that once this committee votes on that, on this determination, would it then require 10 votes to, if in fact the environmentals come back and people have concerns, would it take 10 votes to overturn this determination that that is the site?
I think that the intent of this is that your votes right now are contingent upon that information. So I think that at that point in time, you review it, And if you make a determination at that point in time that these contingencies have not been satisfied, it's in your power to deal with that. Your power to say, I previously voted yes, but my vote is contingent on A, B, C, D. You've now come back, you've presented the information, you haven't satisfied the contingency.
And so that is my question then. So there may be some people who vote yes, and then the environmentals come back, but this group has already said that's acceptable.
You said it's acceptable subject to this.
Subject.
You
So
haven't
what
said-
you're saying
you
is
haven't
then,
said it's acceptable
just so
without
I'm clear,
these-
then what we're saying is then that when we come back and we review the environmentals, and it's acceptable to 10 of the 12, then at that point, we make determination that this site is acceptable, and we can move forward.
I think what you're saying is that the conditions have been satisfied.
Correct.
Okay.
And I just, at least to me, that needs to be clear, because that has me a little confused.
Once again.
And it's not a small issue, if you know what I mean.
Look, and I want to be clear about something. I'm not the consultant who provides any of this information. These are your decisions.
Right.
What we do is we simply take where we're at and we craft things that you find acceptable. So, you know, I think, and Mr. Griffin has made a series of suggestions here. It already did have qualifications. Now there's more qualifications.
As I read this, they first have to satisfy these conditions, but then it becomes acceptable but not accepted. And so as I read this, it needs to come back to this commission for a vote.
Yes. Go ahead, Dave.
I just want to make
Who is he?
Say who you are, Dave.
Yeah, I'm Dave Lambert from the prosecutor's office. I really think that Mr. O'Malley's comment goes to the language I think would be most appropriate here would be subject to further vote of this committee. Supermajority vote, which we are proceeding under 10 votes. One, that the negotiated, purchase price would be acceptable, and two, that the environmental determination is acceptable to us. Because I think your point, Mr. O'Malley, was do you need 10 votes to go against it now, as opposed to you need 10 votes in the affirmative to take the further step. And I do think that it says subject to the further provision. It doesn't really specifically say subject to the further supermajority vote of this board to proceed on those two determinations.
If I could interject to Mike's point, and God knows I don't want to drag this out any longer than it has to. I think that amending the current amended language to require for it to say something along the lines of it's an acceptable site for the new complex subject to the ratification of the Justice Center Steering Committee. I think that encompasses everything that Mr. Lambert just discussed.
I just wanted to make sure we're all clear, and quite frankly, that the public's all clear on what is being accomplished today, because I wasn't exactly sure, and Judge Sheehan and I had
But
a
I think-
different opinion on what it exactly said.
I think if you use the word ratification, to Mark's point, then it is another 10 vote.
Okay.
I have no objection. That's the intent.
I just want to make sure we all have an understanding when we leave here.
So we should put that in the language, though, so that there's clarity. And based upon, I think, Mr. Lambert's suggestion, that after it says it can be obtained on commercially reasonable terms, we add in and subject to further ratification by this commission.
I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure when everybody leaves this room, everybody knows what's going on.
And just a follow-up point to Mr. O'Malley. So, again, my understanding is that this determination is to move forward to basically collect more information. And some of that information is related to the renovation option. And so when it comes back before this committee, to make that ratification, I just want to be clear that that should happen after a time when that third-party information review is been put together. So that way we have the environmental, we know the cost, we have the public input and community engagement, and we know whether the renovation option is feasible. All those things, and then we make a final vote.
Give me 1 second.
They're gonna try to shut us up.
So what I put in here is, and we can type it out, I put that it can be obtained on commercially reasonable terms and subject to the ratification by the committee that all conditions set forth herein have been satisfied. Yeah, give me a minute. How do we? We're going to do it. Okay. I'm trying to be laid back. Thank you. Subject to ratification of the committee that the conditions, herein have been satisfied.
There was a gentleman giving those out. There was a gentleman that
Hey,
was giving
Jeff, while it's being typed up, can I just make a comment about
Please.
this process? I just wanted to say that I do, our office, the Public Defender's Office, is committed to reducing the jail population. And I want to say that part and parcel with this process has been a collaboration with the judges, both common pleas and municipal court, and with the prosecutor's office. And we've made some strides in that regard. So everything that people are saying, you know, we all believe to varying degrees. I mean, I'm not sure that we agree 100%. I believe cash bail should be ended. I'm not sure everyone agrees with that. But we've made big strides in this county. You know, with the support of the court, there has been a huge reduction in pretrial detention for municipal detainees. And there's also been, you know, most nonviolent felonies of the 4th and 5th degree, those individuals are out on bond, thanks to some of the work that has been done. So can we do more, and should we do more? I think so. But at the end of the day, there's still going to be people in pretrial detention. So while that's all going on, we also have to decide how to keep those people safe. And it's clear that we haven't done a good job of that to date. And the question is, what will be best in terms of keeping those people safe? Can we keep them safe in the existing facility or not? Does it need to be a new facility? And the hope is that with this additional information, we can answer that question, because at the end of the day, somebody is going to be locked, as some people have put it, in cages. It's not a happy place to be in pretrial detention, no question. But there are going to be people there. And our task as a steering committee is to ensure that those people that are there are safe, and that their needs are attended to, and that they're in an appropriate correctional facility. So I think this determination helps us advance that process, because I don't think an option is not doing anything. And I've heard a lot of comments from people, things do have to improve in the jail. So the question is, can we improve them, or do we have to do something else? And at least this determination moves us forward to getting critical information to making that determination.
I do want to make, while we're waiting, 3 points, and I feel compelled to do this. Number one, when this process started, and when I was hired, and when we brought the whole first team of consultants in, which you selected, by the way, or, you know, selected by a procurement process, the day we started, I was asked about helping to build a jail. And the first comment, and people here that were there know, the first emphasis was, we should not be building a jail to the size that prior people talked about. job number one is to figure out the best methods to reduce jail population alternatives. And we spent the first 6 months having experts come in. What can we do with diversion? What can we do with with all the different steps? What can we do with bail reform? What can we do with pretrial? And Judge Sheehan and everybody on this panel knows that's what we did. And you know that that's what I did, by the way. I was never about building a large jail. I always said we need to do this as small as possible. Number two, on renovation, we were completely open-minded. If we can renovate, let's look at it. And we had a team of consultants come in because in this whole thing about care versus cages, there was an acknowledgement that Jail 1 and Jail 2 were built at a time when everything was about custody and control. It was frankly more about cages at that time. And we said we have to get to care. It is deficient in terms of medical facilities. It is deficient in terms of programming. It is deficient in terms of natural light. It is deficient in a whole number of things that cannot be solved structurally in that building. If we could have possibly done it, we would have. Now, Mr. Sweeney, I agree. Let's take a look again to everything the consultants said about why you couldn't. Let's have someone, again, come in and just, either confirm it or not. If we could renovate this building, I would be the first person to say, let's do it, because it would solve a huge number of problems. The issue is, it does not appear, and we'll look at it again, that you can do it and provide the environment for the people who are incarcerated there and the people who have to be there. We have to take care of care, but we can't just say, turn your back on the jail because it is not a good environment and it cannot be structurally changed according to what we know to date. We'll look at it again. But I want to make clear, I have never, ever, and the consultants we have never been in favor of building a large jail. They've been in favor of making it as small as possible. We've been in favor of reduce the jail population, find alternatives, keep people out of jail. I am a screaming liberal about these things, and I want to point that out. And so that is part of what we have always tried to do. Now the question is, what's the best method to do it? And how do you get it done? And how do you meet all these needs? And I just want to make that clear. And I don't think there's anybody who's been on this committee from day one would say this committee has done anything else. So I want to make that clear. Have I filled time for the?
Yeah, Jeff, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Judge Sheehan.
Is that language in here now?
You need to go on time out.
Okay, let's take a second.
We're going to cut him off next meeting.
I only say this because I'm laid back.
All right.
He was telling them all ago. He was telling them. He called himself Telemon.
I guess that's why
You're late. You're late.
to solve the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Vote
truth.
no. Vote no.
Why aren't we
You won't
using
be jumping out
diversion?
the way, you be jumping in.
We have a brand new facility that barely anyone has used.
I'm going to 55 by the story the diversion. Like somebody, they're going through like a down situation.
They have like 8 beds used out of 50.
But see, I remember when you get clearance from the prosecutor. The police don't have to go to the prosecutor. They can just go take them on their own.
Yes, that's what
But
we
this is
want.
where the problem is when they are leaving. When they drop them off, the people.
I thought that they should.
3 of my clients left and called. So they gonna vote now? But now he's there for good. Because you know, he can't hurt you. Half the time they don't make it. Okay, now there's a gentleman that was giving us the gentleman with the blue shirt. Oh, over at the jail, the first? Over at the jail. Oh, Tiana Bohannon.
That's over. Yes, I'm asking a question. Students have some. 6 weeks, some of the people.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
They set up an additional one. So if you combine, does that mean we can come up to say something?
So she said 200 people.
But you didn't give us 6 weeks.
Okay, so they don't know.
I know.
Yes.
That's why I did not.
Third party review. No, independent third party admit.
I don't care what they're saying, you're doing a good job.
That's what I said.
Excuse me. You're Jack Lambert. Yeah. Or Lambert. Dave Lambert. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's over the civil division. Yeah.
I just think we all have to be quick learners to adapt the situation.
We over there wrong. He covered it wrong.
Hey, we learn things from you every day.
Do you have the new language up, Dave?
Okay, so where is it at? Are you going to give us a copy? Sorry.
Is that possible?
We're allowed to come up here now?
Just put it out. Just print it out.
Okay. Can we get back?
Okay,
Excuse me.
Is this the new one?
We're back in our session here.
Okay, this is not the new one. Okay, wait a minute. You said they supposed to put it
Hey, Jeff, we're losing control.
Hey, everybody, we're going to finish up the meeting, please.
Okay,
Nicole?
There, you know what?
We're going to finish up the meeting, please, now.
Third-party review. It just says third-party review. It doesn't say independent.
Okay.
If we could, we're going to finish up the meeting. So what we have now, if I could please ask for order. We've been here a long time, and we need to get through this agenda. So this is the revised language, and it makes clear what the ratification is about. It's ratification by vote of the steering committee, including the reasonableness of the agreement. That's commercially reasonable terms. The satisfaction regarding the environmental review, and satisfaction regarding the additional review on the renovation option. So that is clear what your ratification is about, okay? At this point, I'm going to ask if there's any further discussion by members of the steering committee.
Just the shout out by Ms. Bickerstaff, I just want to make sure that the review of the renovation is done by a third-party independent review person. And that, I just want to make sure, I think it's clear when it says third-party, but I just want to, independent is something I want to make sure we all understand it to be independent.
It's independent. So it's a party who has not been involved to date in this process.
Got it.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. And obviously,
I understand.
Can we add that?
you can add the word independent.
We need to add independent.
We need to add it on there before we leave.
Yeah, we need it.
Can somebody add the word independent before third party, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman back there, type it out.
Okay, now, with that in mind, and you'll see it up in a minute, let me ask if there is any further discussion by the steering committee. Okay. You want to put the language up? Let's see if we can get that language back up.
Is, huh?
That's the independent third party review. He said he's typing it up. Independent third party review.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Judges, Judge Early too.
Thank you, Judge.
Did they add ratification?
Hey,
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, independent third party. Independent third party review. Remember, independent. Independent third party review.
No, that's.
Say it again, I can't hear you.
That's another review.
I was just saying that, but we wait to make sure independent third party review. Independent third party review will be able to address. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you see, does that make sense? Yes, sure. Because if you're independent, they're going to address that anyway. He did what? Because you see how you kept trying to come back to Judge Michelle Rose. We can make a suggestion. I don't know what your email address is. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. What else you got?
I got some candy. I know. Y'all want some hot tamales? I'm not here hungry.
Because we're going to say it's in here that we can do it.
Why did you? 85 hours. I don't have refreshments. I mean, at least after you have yeah. Okay, yeah. And I think yeah, we have like a lot of every week is different thing.
Oh, we got to know. We can't leave my we can pick up that order. Yeah,
Jeff, we're ready to go, I believe.
All right, if we could reassemble, please. Okay, the revised, if we. All right, if we could please just focus on what we're doing here for a minute. Can I ask for a little bit of quiet for a minute, please? Please, thank you. Okay, so now we have the further revision, and it does say in the second to last line, the steering committee commits to an independent third-party review of its prior determination. That is now in there. With that in mind, if there's no further discussion by the committee, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote for approval of this determination. Ms. Bates? Yes. Mr. Griffin? Yes. Mr. O'Malley? Yes. Judge Sheehan?
Yeah, before I vote, I just want to thank all the folks for participating in their thoughtful and passionate public comments. I mean, safety of the people housed in that jail, and also the remaining priority to me is the safety of the employees also, and also the responsibility to the county taxpayers. And I want to thank Public Defender Sweeney for his passion to ask us to review independently the current jail. And based on all that, based on this amendment, I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you.
And thank everyone for their comments.
Judge Early?
For the amendment, I'm going to also vote yes, with the understanding that community engagement is not public comment, that we need to engage the community and we need to do better in doing that.
Thank you.
We've gotten a lot of amendments today from just hearing from them, and I think we need to continue doing that.
Absolutely.
Mr. McCormick?
Yes.
Gallagher is absent, so we'll just keep going. Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Judge Celebrezzi? Yes. Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Sheriff Iland?
Yes.
And Mr. Budish? Okay, so we now have this passed. We have various tasks that now need to be performed, and I think we have a direction. With that in mind, I'm going to ask for a motion. And in terms of next steps, I think we just saw the next steps with the work we're doing. So in terms of I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Thank you everyone for your participation today.